start. Sorry, guys. Um, I gotta get on top of that. There's so much to do, so very many things to do. I wish the Twitch thing saved your settings for different things, but you gotta change it manually every time. So here we are. Here we are. And final check to make sure everything's good, because sometimes this stuff is glitchy. Let's see how it's going. Check, check, check. What's up? What's up? What's up? All right. I think that'll do. How's everyone doing today? Having a glorious day, I hope. It's time for art, so that makes me happy. We ran into some problems last time. The markers, they might just be out. I just might need to go pick up some more. I didn't have well, maybe I did have time, but I didn't find it. Sometimes you lose time doing all the different things that life makes you do. But let's find out and see if we can color this correctly now. If this marker's rested or if it's just done. And it looks like it's mostly done. So we got two options here. We can find a similar color, just say screw it and go with that. Well, I guess we have more options. We can leave it alone until we come back with this another marker. Maybe we can struggle on here and make this work. We're so close to being done with this car. If this marker hadn't pooped out, we could be done with this little area already. I'm not sure. Let me know what you think about this guy and all this brown. I mean, I think it fits. Maybe it's just his face. He's not terrified enough. Maybe it'll grow on me. Maybe. I don't know. This is only kind of working. And I don't think that's... don't know if that's going to be good enough for me. Well, actually, I kind of like those lines. Wish I hadn't smudged them. Because we want there to be texture on this, because everything's blending in so badly that you can't tell where the spoiler ends and the truck begins. But even when I smudged it over here, it didn't like come out super great. It wasn't like a huge improvement over just leaving it alone. We might... how does it look? You guys gotta let me know how it looks, because maybe it looks fine and something's wrong with my judgment. So right now that I look at it, I think if I smudge around here a bit, maybe it'll give it a better effect. Actually look like this paint job is reflective, which it should be, because that's the style these cars are normally in. On the other hand, I was looking... oh, shoulder pop felt great. Let's see if you guys can see this. Probably not. Our bum friend over here. I can't be happy with the colors, and I keep going back to change it. I think the brown was an improvement. but I don't think it was as big as an improvement as I originally thought. So we're going to mess around with that a little bit more. And we're going to add in some of the gray we took out. Hopefully we can smudge this around and get a different kind of quality of this coat. Don't need this, it's a little random. Hey, see, it looks pretty good to me now. It's pretty good. Unlike some of the stuff that's happening here. Yeah, I'm okay with this. So I'm carefully trying not to smudge my work over here that's already done. It's pretty easy. These are permanent markers, but the table is coated so as to not be permanent. And it's a constant fight against them. But it's a good fight. I like that. I like that. Oh, did I? Here we go. Let's place this. Okay. Maybe that does it. Maybe that's all it needed. This face here to the mind. Alright, let's go back over here. They're all over the place, but that's part of the fun. So many things to draw. That's better. Let's erase this. Okay. That might be good. No. It's too low. Let's put it up higher. Even though that'll give you a little bit of a crazy angle. Oh, let's try this with this. Okay, I think that should work. Yeah. If we just reline this. Line once, it's okay. Line twice, it picks it right up. And a little bit of jitters so the line isn't perfect right off the bat. Get ourselves centered. Alright, so much to do. So this claw is a bit of a conundrum because it's behind all this stuff. And it's only a bit of a problem because if I wanted to do it black originally, but I'm afraid you won't be able to easily tell that it's part of this arm. So maybe it needs to stay green. But I feel like it should be black. These are the kinds of problems we get ourselves into. And let's see how we solve them. Also, let's check if this green is working. I think it's this green. This might also be out. I think this is also out. Oh, what a mess. I don't like that at all. Let's try our knockoff brand. See if it's got enough pigment from the Sharpie. Unless this is also out, in which case that's a problem. That's correct. And I had it down pretty good, and then I went ahead and had to fiddle with it. That's me, the fiddler. But we learn by messing up, so just go ahead and mess up a lot and learn a lot. Oh, that isn't terrible. Of course. It's not the worst. Not the best either. Maybe it's the tip that's messed up because I'm using like the side of the tip now and it's working half decent. Oh man. Okay, weird stuff going on here. Weird. So I hope you guys grab a pencil, draw something with me. That'd be great. Tell me about what you're drawing. Matter of fact, I decided if you leave me a link to check out your artwork, I will. Maybe I'll start doing like a critique. If you're down for that, I am. I like it. I don't like critiques from people who are an artist, right? But a critique from someone who is an artist, um, that has more value to me. So if you're an artist and you want to leave me a critique each other's work, I think that'd be pretty cool. Huh, interesting. Let's try to use the side over here. Yeah, it's kind of working. I think I blew out the tips by drawing over and over the pigment on the table. Okay, that's not too bad. Heck, I might even be able to live with that. And that the dark colors especially, they leave a lot of pigment on the table, and then I think it scratches up your tip or something. I'm probably scratching up the sides right now and ruining this marker even more. But I guess once it's ruined, right? No reason to get excited. And it's not the end of the world. You can buy more markers. Although it's a pain when you have to buy them too often. Right, you're going to get some value out of them. Anyway, don't forget to give me a follow, or if you see this later on YouTube, subscribe, hit the like button and all that jazz. So we didn't do heavy marketing for Preternatural Season 1, which is over, by the way. 22 awesome episodes. I think I'm pretty proud of it. I know everybody's first internet stuff comes out pretty janky. And I'm sure this was no exception. I hope to look back on it and be like, oof, no, maybe that wasn't so good. Who knows? Who knows? I did put a lot of work into it, so maybe I'll never feel that way. But I'd like to feel that way because that would mean that, that I've improved a lot. And we always want to be working towards improvement. Gosh, I think it was Luke who maybe said practice makes better. and that's what we want. There's no such thing as perfect, right? But we can always do better. And season 2 won't be too far away. I don't hate this smudgy texture. So I do want it to look like there's reflection going on. It's kind of helping to separate these colors. Coloring with Sharpies is hard. I laugh because I don't like saying that. You should never say anything's hard. That's like setting yourself up mentally for failure. Positive mental attitude is a great thing to have, and it will help you throughout life. This is a little tedious, trying to get these colors to have a texture the way that you want them. But man, it's fun when you get it right. It just comes out, it turns out to be something really cool, so it's worth the effort. What do they say? Anything, I don't know what they say. Anything worth doing is hard, I don't know. Something about everything worth doing is worth doing right. I think it's about the same thing. I had a mentor for a while, and he said something beautiful to me, which I hold dear and really believe. He said, get used to doing things right the first time, every time. I don't know if they taught him that in the Marines, or if his dad taught him that, or who knows what. I don't know, but I really like it. These inspirational quotes are like, when they're good, they're good. It's too bad they got a bad rap because of all the posters and workplaces and human resources trying to brainwash you into being a good little employee. That's a shame. But speech is a powerful thing, and probably no speech is more powerful than things that we say to ourselves in our heads. And when we find something that really helps us out, like these sayings, you should hold on to them and remind yourselves of them. I think that's what it's something akin to prayer or meditation, somewhere in between that. This thing's being awful. Let me get an eraser. But it's true, and speech is very, very important. Very important. It's very powerful. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. Here I go, just spouting them off. One quote after another, one cliche quote after another, but those things become cliche for a reason, because they're worth saying, they're worth repeating. They're very valuable that way. Well, if somebody can, people have this idea that brainwashing is like Clockwork Orange, where they're like, hold your eyes open, like clamp your eyes open and make you watch stuff and give you a stimulus, and that will work, that will condition you. That is kind of brainwashing. I mean, if you just want somebody to fear something. But people don't realize that the way that they get brainwashing to work is by getting you to volunteer and buy in. And it's a lot easier to do than that. You don't have to clamp your eyes open and make you watch stuff and give you drugs to make you feel sick. It's a lot easier. They just have to put you in an environment where they can keep repeating stuff to you. And that's how cults do it. They surround you with other people who constantly say the same thing to you, and if you say it enough to yourself, eventually you'll start to believe it. Gosh, it's just not coming out good. And well, if you guys pay attention, it's very similar in modern academia. It doesn't matter what they tell you, as long as they keep repeating it. Get your peers to do it. Use the old peer pressure. And everybody around you repeats it fervently and insists that it's true. And they condition you that way. And you can condition yourself the same way into one of these awful brainwashing loopholes. You can brainwash yourself. That's what the trick is to do. It's to get you to do it to yourself. It's a terrible, terrible thing, but at the same time, if you're aware of this, if you're aware that you can brainwash yourself, well, then you can brainwash yourself for good, and you can work on your epistemology and believe something that's true and hold on to that truth. And truth is a wonderful thing. People don't necessarily value truth too much either. I don't realize how powerful truth is. If you try to go against truth, truth will slap you right in the face. You can see it when people are brainwashed, especially like college students and stuff. It's pretty easy to spot, because if you tell them something that's true that goes against what they've been taught, they'll immediately act out in anger. They'll go to an emotional response, because that's the training, that's the brainwashing. That's how it works. That's how it protects you from new ideas. And then they'll call you closed-minded because because you're open to new ideas. It's not working. But if you don't believe me, just pay attention next time, and if you say a truth that evokes an emotional response because it's conflicting with what someone's been taught, and that's where the anger comes from, then you can see for yourself that someone's bought into something, been brainwashed. And you can see that in yourself too. If someone tells you something and you get upset about it, why are you getting upset? If it's not true, then why would you get angry? Shouldn't you just laugh it off? What's the big deal? It's like, sorry, homie, you're wrong. There's no reason to get upset about somebody telling you to lie. Right? When you happen to know they're wrong, that's what a person who has understanding of something would do. That's the natural response when someone lies to you, is to, sorry, hold up a minute. I happen to know that's not true. Why are you saying that? Right? But if it is true, you may find yourself drawn to anger. And if you have this self-awareness, then you can ask yourself, why am I drawn to anger? And maybe it's a sign that you should reevaluate the things that you've been told or believe. And if you're a skeptic, as I like to call myself, I know it's not popular anymore, although skepticism was a good trend, but unfortunately, it, well, because it became trendy, all the hobgoblins jumped in on it, right? And they made it uncool. And that's why it's not popular anymore. That happens all the time. Obviously, they weren't doing it right. Because if they were, then they would have found knowledge. They would have found truth. And truth is inescapable. There's only one truth. And if you skepticism right, you will be on the path to find that knowledge. So if it didn't work for you, you did it wrong. I mean, there's no other way about it. And people think that, like, oh, skepticism is like just not believing stuff. No, that's not it. Skepticism is not believing stuff and then testing it to find out. People are so intellectually lazy that they're not willing to go and fulfill the thing and really find out. That's what it's about. You gotta F around and find out. That's what skepticism is. The more you F around, the more you find out, right? That's skepticism. People don't, so see, people still are practicing skepticism, they just don't know it. They don't want to call it that anymore because it's not trendy anymore. But it should be, because even Mortal Kombat knows that there is no knowledge that is not power, right? I mean, even fake knowledge is power, and they're counting on it. People around you in your life are counting on that power, and you can take it away from them. But if you have a truth that you discovered by being a skeptic and going through the process, then you have a power that can't be taken away. I mean, people can bury it, but the truth does eventually come out. People can brainwash others, fight against the truth all they want. Eventually they are exposed, as we've seen historically. That's the case. Eventually truth does come out. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's some stuff that's buried that no one will ever know about. But as far as topics go that people constantly fight about, I'd say eventually the truth does come out. And let me recollect my thoughts because I'm multitasking and the brain power gets drained kind of quickly. This is freaking. Should I use that other pen? Let's put this somewhere I can remember. So, remember, before you brainwash yourself, to make sure that you're brainwashing yourself with the truth, and be ready to accept, believe is the truth, may very well change. And the truth never changed, it's just your belief. And once you know that your belief can change, then you realize why you should be skeptical about everything. So, excuse me one moment because I dropped my eraser. Dang thing rolled under the furniture. Shove my arm up in there. Okay. So, I hope to make a skeptic of as many people as I can. For the same reason that I'm doing free art advice. Because I think the more people that make art, the better the world is. The more people who are skeptical, the better the world is. And it's entirely selfish because I have to live in this world, right? I have to share it. So I want to make it better, not for everyone else, but for me. I'm the selfish prick, teaching everyone free art stuff and free skepticism, helping people attain knowledge, because I want to live in a world that's better. God, this guy's face is just so trash, and I did it. It's only trash because I did it a long time ago. Oh boy, that's no good. Crap. Maybe I'll try using a different finger. And it came out real trashy. Just smudge his face a little smoother. At first, I was just like accepting the limitations of the marker and being like, well, homeboy's just old and ragged and spends too much time in the sun. But the more I look at it, the less it fits in, because Cheer on Oak, it's the land of the young, right? Old people have no place in this. Maybe they're all the equivalent of wealthy boomers, and they don't have to go outside. They can just live in their pod and be safe in there. Don't have to experience the real world. Maybe they're euthanized. because that's a thing now. I mean, thankfully not in the States yet, but close. Canada just euthanizing people left and right. I mean, gosh, what a sign that life is cheap, right? What an absolute failure of a country, euthanizing its sick instead of giving them treatment. And that's a first world country. Let's go back over here. I know I don't want to live there. Very fortunate to be where I am. Count my lucky stars, I'll tell you that. But hopefully, oh, this. Hopefully you get more people asking me art questions so I can talk about art instead of just blabbing on about all sorts of random stuff like I normally do. Gotta come up with topics, all this stuff, and you're getting all the philosophy out of me instead of the art advice because this isn't like a focused show. I was hoping more people would be like hitting me up in the chat. That way I could give you a nice personalized tip. Yo, Jay! What's up, brother? Glad you made it. I'm over here blabbing on about philosophy, skepticism, and brainwashing. I'm just going on and on. But I'm glad you're here. I don't know what your feelings are about skepticism. It's one of my favorite things. Is skepticism philosophy? I'm not. Or no, it's epistemology, right? I tuned in just in time. What up? Oh, what's up, helicopter? Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing over here by myself. It's armchair philosophy. I was taking a jab at academia, equating it to brainwashing and cult-like behavior, and relating it to epistemology in how you should, before you brainwash yourself, which is a useful technique, to make sure that you have a truth worth brainwashing yourself over. And I think it's because, one of my nephews, he's like, I can't do this and I can't do that. And I was talking to another friend and they were talking about like, oh, this is just too much for me and I can't do it. And that inner voice that you got is like really messing you up. You're literally brainwashing yourself into believing that stuff, and you're self-sabotaging and going for a lower morality, trying to get pity instead of raising your philosophical values and trying to get something good out of it. If you Obama yourself, yes we can, and get that into your head, then I really believe you make yourself a more productive and capable person. And as soon as you get hooked on that, man, life becomes so much better. Let's see, JP says, I think it's how primary schools focus us on what we're good at, and we all kind of learn to avoid the stuff that we're not good at. Yeah, I mean, you reminded me of like the aptitude test. For me, that was very helpful because it told me your aptitude is an art. And as a kid, my heart was there. So for the test to confirm it for me, it was just like, kind of helped me focus on what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. Like, I took it seriously. I think for other kids, it's kind of like, it's kind of super messed up because it's just like you're going to be a janitor. That's where your aptitude lies. You know, that's not exactly very encouraging. Um, Kind of messed up. Let's see how much I can get out of this marker. Maybe if I mess with this tip. Were heavily influenced by Rockefeller. Yeah, they were, and I'm like, um, again, you know, counting my lucky stars. I'm lucky that I went to Hanks because there was like, oh, we're the knights, and there was a suit of armor in there, and you know, some chivalric kind of motif. It wasn't. I think they could have played it up a lot more. After they left, they turned the front into a castle, which is cool because it gives you a sense that there's like something higher to aim for, right? Like maybe it piques your interest at least. Um, so at least there's like, at least visually, there's some hope there. As opposed to a lot of schools that I see now that flat out just look like prisons to me. Let's see. It says resembling assembly lines and led by managers with regimented breaks. Yep, yep. It's exactly like jail. We tell children who cause trouble, the countries keep them in their peer groups. Here, if you F up, you are punished by being held back. Yep, yep. It's like, you don't like what we're giving you? More of the same for you. And again, that's exactly like jail. Oh, you're a troublemaker? Well, we'll just tack on another charge. And, you'll be staying here an extra year or two or 5. Really messed up. It sucks because I think there are countries that have shown there are other ways to do it. And they seem to work. As far as I know, I mean, I've seen a couple documentaries and whatever, but you know, you being a skeptic, it's like, well, somebody could have showed this in a more favorable light than it really is. I don't know for sure. There's definitely more nuance than a 90-minute documentary can show you. There's a lot of factors like culture and other things that go into it. But I think there's something. I think there's something to be said about it. I think there's definitely something there. So Finland improved their test scores by ditching homework. I believe that. School should teach useful things like this is how you do taxes, this is how you survive if you ever lost in the wilderness, yeah. This is how you manage your finances, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the math is kind of there, but they present it in such a forgetful way. I mean, you can figure just about anything out with some algebra. And you can do some janky algebra once you forget how to do your equations. GBFTU covers, they taught us about compounding interest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, do your taxes for sure. For sure, that would be much, much more helpful. I remember being a little rebel punk and telling my teacher, because she's like, I was half decent at math. I was half decent. And I had, gosh, I don't even remember which math class it was. But I started looking at the equation and I was like, what is this freaking equation? So I asked that question. It's like, hey, what's this equation for? The teacher told us, oh, well, if you ever have to drill into the ground, this equation will tell you how many rotations of a drill you have to take before you go so deep. And I was like, when are we ever going to use that? Ever? Like, get out of here. I'm not this would be really useful for like an oil engineer, which I am not, and I have no interest in, and I'm definitely not going to do. Um, it's like what an absolute waste of my time. There's a comedian who was like, I thought I was going to be on fire a lot more. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, but I mean, you know, as funny as that is, at least the fire drill is useful. And I've been certified as a crowd manager a couple times in life, and it is very, very helpful when some jerk pulls the fire alarm at the business you're working at, and you have to instruct a few hundred people on what to do. So I've actually, I feel like the fire drill was a lot more useful than other things I got taught in school. At least I got to use it in real life, even though they made me get the crowd manager certification a couple places. So it does is prep the next generation of worker drones to feed the machine. Pretty much. Use it once one night after drinking all night into the morning. Brian managed to set himself. Hey man, once is enough. I'm sure Brian's grateful. think I think the fire drills are okay. I'm gonna advocate for them there. They sound like they did some good. They helped me in work. They saved Brian's life. I think the fire drills are good. It's the other stuff they teach you I'm not so sure about. Like, I don't know. I don't have anything against history except like I don't even know what's real anymore about history. Like I had a history teacher that told me like explained it to me. It's like we have no evidence, no direct evidence of this stuff. It's all secondhand. And, we just put it together the best we can. So it's up to you whether or not to believe something. And I was grateful for that lesson because, like I said, I consider myself a skeptic, and that's something noteworthy to me. Check out the People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. Oh. Is it a paperback? Because then maybe I would check it out. But like now you get people like just talking all this nonsense about like, oh, you can't celebrate this because um, it's tainted by this history or something. It's just like, no, like every time I do my own research into it, it's like, I don't, I just don't believe anyone. No one worth believing. Everybody's like got an agenda. They want to insert their own stuff. They want to view it with a certain lens. The study of history, it's important to know what primary source is. Most books will cite their sources. Yes, yes, that is. That's very well said. Um, the only like so primary sources, fantastic. I think a lot of people interject a lot of speculation into it after that, which is a major problem. So that's where my concern lies. But you are absolutely right. Citing a primary source, I mean, at least you're onto something. Um, and some historians do a good job of like filling in the blanks with like common sense. But it's really, really kind of a fantasy. Now, now we have video evidence for everything, so I think history would change, be a lot more concrete, but the old tricks have been rearranged, right? A lot of the most engaging YouTube content I've seen is just someone making a video like it was their own. But nowadays you will get a ton of shreds if you try it. Yeah, and I mean, I still, that content is still popular, but people, um, people would just say like, "Oh, I used this book for most of my research." So it's, I mean, at least they cite the source. Which I don't know. I guess it's fair. Hell, I mean, a lot of writers pretty much do the same thing. They write their own book based off somebody else's book. I don't know how that's viewed in the industry. I'm gonna have to compass. Well, I wonder where my compass went. Many, many borrowed steps, very few creative leaps. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna say that's true. Um, that does that does reflect reality. That statement for me. Allegory of the cave. Yeah, and uh, I'm glad you say that because when people do that, more and more gets lost, right? It just compoundingly gets worse every step, um, due to the narrowing vision. If that makes sense. I don't know. What brown did I use for this? Oh, why did I do that? This is the wrong color. Maybe it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, that allegory always was. It's weird because sometimes I understand it and sometimes I don't. What the hell's up with this marker? I don't think it's worse. It's just a version. It mutates, gets passed around, and before you know it, people have different ideas about the same. Yeah, yeah, that's it. But I mean, like, removing that lens and getting down to the core and not making assumptions, I think it's like a higher, more desirable form of it for me. I read The Art of War a couple times, and my so I've read a couple different versions of it because um, there's different translations, and within it they have like the authors or the translators. Is this the right color? They put their own preface on it, right? They tell you the lens that they're viewing it through, and the one I liked was it had a historical view to it, where it talked about the state of the the state of the art of war, like the how war was fought at the time that the book was written. And I found that a lot more useful than like the other version that I read, where the guy was just like talking about all sorts of things that he thought it meant. It's just like that was absolutely useless commentary. Um, it was just like, shut up, bro. Like, your words don't mean anything. Like, you're not like you're telling me what I should think about it. That doesn't. It was very unuseful. Um, if anything, he illustrated that it was a well-written book, and you could draw meaning out of it any way you wanted. I didn't. I didn't need to be told how to think. which which is something I'm advocating for. Etymology is one of my. Yeah, I love etymology too. Um, you and me both. I was thinking about it multilingually earlier today, um, wherein words, stem off into different languages and mean different things, similar but different things. You know, and it was because my sister was watching a show, and they had they did the old joke where um, if you say embarrassed, you try to say embarrassed in Spanish, you're going to say pregnant instead. So you say embarrassed in English and you say embarazada in Spanish, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? I bet they're actually the same word. Um, but in in Spanish, you're burying. I think burying is the root word there for both of them. Maybe I need to look it up before I say this is the truth or anything near the truth. But I was like, I bet they're the same word that took on different meanings. Yeah, and so I feel like somewhere like maybe embarrassed had to do with like you had a kid out of wedlock, so you're embarrassed, but you're burying, so you're like pregnant means embarrassed used to mean pregnant at some time. It's like maybe I need to look that up when I remember because I don't always look them up right away and then I forget. Um, but I think that's possible, right? Have maybe they're related to each other. Um, Usually, more often than not, you find relations in words like that. I thought that was pretty nifty. And then that got me thinking about other words like brave and bravo. Like bravo is I'm absolutely sure that's the same root word, but again, those mean totally different things in English and Spanish. Like, um, well, we know what brave means in English, but in Spanish, if you say bravo, it means mean. Like you would call a dog, like don't get near that dog. He's está bravo. He's mean. He's not he's not a brave dog. Um, or like what was the other one? Courage. So courage in English, we know what courage means in English, right? It's another synonym for brave. That in Spanish, coraje, that doesn't mean that at all. Um, it means frustration, right? So I really like how at some point I imagine like bravery and frustration being the same word and then taking on new meaning to be something else. Mortgage is my favorite. Mortus from Latin for dead, yes, and gage from Old French or for pledge. Huh. A mortgage is literally a death pledge. Very cool. Super cool. I do like that one. My favorite, I'll share my favorite is nerd. I've liked other phrases and words, but nerd is my favorite. And nerd comes from ne'er do well, and ne'er do well is God, what do you call it when you put the apostrophes in and shorten something out? It's just short for never do well. So so a nerd is someone who never does well. Nerd. Um, I thought that's a very cool way to from get to nerd from never do well. This hair back in here. Finally get to maybe I'm going too early with this because I still need to get all this detail in here, but I do want to get to this. I like the way she turned out, so hopefully get to the details on here because I left it kind of detail free. the more complicated and more steps there are in the word, the more I tend to like it. Yeah, that's definitely one that tickles my my interest, whatever word I'm trying to say right now. Do this hair better. Because it's really doesn't look like hair right now. What's the other one that Luke got me to look up the other day was skin on my teeth. That one turned out to be pretty much exactly what I thought it was. It was just a biblical phrase for gums. Um, Job says he is survived by the skin of his teeth, which he says, though I've lost all my teeth, something like that, I'm survived by the skin of my teeth. So he has nothing but his gums left, is what he's saying. How it turned into, like, I barely got out of there alive, it's kind of a little harder to put together, but you can kind of see where it comes from. Gosh, what am I doing here? As good as I hoped it did. We're going to give this hair more depth. I also like to um, mess around with the meaning of words and confuse people and lie to them. I don't know if you still here, you remember when I convinced you for a whole half a second that condominium meant you were rolling with two homies? it's just fun to play with etymology, man. I remember you were like, I gave you this long blown explanation, and you're like, oh yeah, hey, fuck you, man. But I mean, if you break it down wrong, you could totally make a case for it. Like the one that I like to, the one that jumps around back and forth in my mind sometimes is like Terminator, or terminate, and then exterminate. So like terminate, what does that mean? Come to an end of a period. Okay, so exterminate, that means from the end of the period, and then well, I don't know. I can't do it right now because there's too much art in front of it. But like, I don't know. You can jumble all those root words around and find the wrong ones, and it's always kind of hilarious. Um, I'm sorry for the shitty explanation. Just kind of erasing this finger. Yeah, sparingly I can. There's I can't. No, I can't remember how. I can't remember how I did it. I did also, though. One of my greatest achievements is I spent 5 minutes explaining to my friend Philip how his name came was derived from uh, fallopian, and how his how his name was derived from a female body part. He did not like that. Did I just listen to you for this whole time to tell me that my name is fallopian tube? Like, yes, it did. Oh man. So there's no knowledge that is not power, even when you get extra trolly with it. Needs to be more hair. I guess maybe there's a tiny bit of wind. Let's see if this spiral is going this way. This spiral actually needs to go this way. Maybe I'll put the hair like over here in the cockpit of this thing. When a nerd bullies you with knowledge. That's what I was up to. Seems about right. Back here, just needs to be this, and I think we're gonna go. Maybe we should put that in. You guys gotta let me know if you ever bullied anyone with knowledge. It's fun to be an educated jerk. I'm an educated fool. I guess let's go back and touch on epistemology. How do you decide if something is true? How do you decide? That's a good question. I think I'm unironically doing it right on accident. Um, gosh, I really have a whole thing for this, but I can't reveal it yet. Oh, I gotta work on these things, man. I think I missed my deadline for some promotional stuff. I don't think it's gonna be out in time for Christmas, which sucks. But I need to pick up my work on this commission that I'm doing. It's a tough one. It's just very complicated. So I'm trying to put my time in there. I gotta prioritize my commissions. Pedro, if you're listening, that'll be coming soon. It's uh, it's well underway. It's probably only like If I've gotten any faster at it, then there's probably only like 8 hours of work left. Maybe closer to 10. I'm not sure, because some of the digital stuff is learning for me. Just go to Reddit and confidentially say whatever, and then everyone will show up and spend a quarter of their day. Yeah, yeah. I forgot what that's called. There's an actual term for that. Um, but it's absolutely right. If you want to find out the right answer, just give the wrong one and let every internet nerd correct you, and trounce you with their supreme knowledge. That's absolutely a very valid technique. Um, yeah, that totally works. But I think the main thing to do is to ask questions. Um, there was there I can't remember who did this, but he put out like a skeptic's guide, and it was like a 10 point step by step thing. I narrowed it down to less than that. But basically, all you want to do is always reflect things against reality. Um, Question things, and then follow up with your own investigation. And I do love Hitchens' razor. Um, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Um, what's the other one? A straight line is just a circle that gave up. What? That may be the funniest thing you've said in a damn long time. Not to say you're unfunny, but that's fantastic. Where the hell did you even get that? That's really good, man. What the hell? I didn't even concentrate. Stream. What the hell, man? Oh, man, that's good. That's really, really good. Oh, should I make her hair red? No, we already got a different red color. Oh, man, I just don't have that many good reds, but I guess I can make my own. I think if I do gray and then red, the red will pop out more like that. Let's see if I do her hair. I thought that popped in my head today and it made me, well, yeah, that's freaking hilarious for them. What do you even think I mean, Jesus Christ, that's hilarious. Oh, damn, that's a good line. You know, let's get a little get off epistemology for a while. What who's your favorite um, dialogue writer, like in media, TV or movies. Like, I don't know, I'll spout off some like heavy hitters like Tarantino or Josh Whedon are really good. Those pop up in the top of my uh, like just thinking about it casually. But I don't know who your like who writes your favorite nonsense. I'm like, gosh, what's the best spoken movie that I've ever seen? To watch just for the dialogue. And right now, I'm having trouble thinking of anyone other than Tarantino because he was really good. I mean, people just like quote his stuff. I guess also maybe Kevin Smith used to be really good about it. I don't know. I heard that that last movie he put out was absolute garbage and killed his own universe. Um, I believe that because he's on a trip, man. He's on an absolute trip. Uh, I don't. I think maybe he's been garbage ever since Tusk. Terry Pratchett. That sounds super familiar to me. What do they write? Some. I just realized I'm bad at this conversation because I don't remember names well. But I mean, gosh, some of the Kevin Smith stuff was iconic. They even like reanimated some of his movie talks, and he had something like the flying car speech. That was, I mean, super iconic, right? Um, Terry Pratchett. Uh, yeah, maybe I'll look up some Terry Pratchett. You seem to have good taste, or at least similar taste to me, so I'll call it good. And I'll leave myself a note here. So I need some stuff to watch. So, or to, ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll check some of that out. Oh, it's weird because I've like heard of all those titles I just saw, but I like never, um, I don't think I've ever watched them. So, sounds good. Humor and some children's books as well. Let's build a man of fire. He'll be warm for a day. Set a man on fire. He'll be warm for the rest of his life. That is pretty good. You know who I'm forgetting, and I'm like deeply saddened by it. Is of course Samuel Clemens, of course Mark Twain. Man, he writes well, and I'm just like mortified because I talk to younger people, and they're not making them read Mark Twain anymore. That makes absolutely no sense to me. It's like, to me, that I feel like that's like you live in you live in Great Britain, and nobody exposes you to Shakespeare. Like, to me, that's really really sad. Um, I don't, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. It's like, how do these kids not know who Mark freaking Twain is? Like, Mark Twain's amazing. They only teach for the tests because that's how they decide at school. Yep, yep. It's absolutely horrible. It's terrible. Um, These people have no shame. Like, maybe the best thing to ever come out of America is Mark Twain, arguably. And yeah, yeah, that really did mess things up, man. I got luckily I was left behind because that I graduated in 2000, so it just missed me. But it was absolute dog poop. That what a major travesty. Like, people like to look on Clinton favorably, but the fact that he did that um, was really kind of disgusting. Um, really, really awful way to run things. And I think the school system has suffered greatly for it. Um, and so much of America relies on public schools, and it's just what a what an absolute blow to the country. Of course, there was the what's the one the agent says no. Um, um, no child's behind left or something. The yeah, the priest version. This doesn't look right. Okay. Oh, the spiral's the wrong way. I messed all that up. January 3rd, 2001 to January 3rd, 2003, the final weeks of the Clinton presidency in the first 2 years of the George W. Bush presidency. Yeah, I mean, but it was really, really, all it was an across the board lowering of standards. Um, and now we're paying for it, right? Those standards are coming to bear. You wonder why the, the the employee at the fast food that you buy can't get your order right. Um, it's like it's here. It's here. The whole, what do they call it? Quiet quitting or something? Where it's just like, I just won't do my job. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Freaking, I don't know, Congress, and it's again. So I'm gonna bring it back to today's topic of epistemology, because um, people are told a certain thing, but because they have no skeptical mind, they just accept it, and they don't look into it at all, and they just see it at the surface level, and they don't question anything. They're just like, "Oh, Bill, good, no child left behind. That sounds. Why are we leaving children behind? Clearly, we have to put this into law right away." But nobody reads the dang thing, and here we are. Uh, it's called beef. It is called getting what you pay for. Just it's just that, and then of course they're like all against charter schools um, and school choice, because that would cut into their profits. And people are like, they try to pull a race card or say this or that about it. Charter school's bad. Of course, it's bad for them because it cuts into their profit margin. Like, screw them. Um, it's like, it's awful. Minimum wage became a thing because for the best, it was possible to work and not get paid at all. It wasn't a measure of work. That's how much they pay for to have a life worth living. I've on that one personally, I'm on both sides of it. Um, there's some people who like aren't worth paying minimum wage because they're doing a good job. Um, as a competent person, the fact that their wage is cut into mine is like, wait, no, it should be this way. It just needs to be steeper. I don't know. They like I've worked at a place before where because they had to have bodies everywhere, basically it lowered the wages of people who could competently do the job. And um, God, what's this thing called? I'm always referring back to it because, like, I'll get paid minimum wage even though I'm worth more than that, but because they have to hire so many more people, um, like that money can't get distributed to people who like actually earn it. Um, I used to tell my boss all the time, it's like, dude, like, just fire that guy. I'll do his job and mine. Don't worry about it. And that that argument never really went anywhere. It's like pay me an extra dollar, and you can fire him, and you'll save $13. It is where I worked. It's like he was hiring people because he needed people to be in a certain place, and um, I'm like, I could totally do both jobs at the same time and save you some money. Um, and it, I mean, like a lot of these jobs are just like putting bodies in places, and um, they figure that the best way to solve it, instead of getting one competent person, what's it called, the something distribution. So the square root of any the square root of any group does 50% of the work, is what I'm getting at. So capitalists don't save money, they commodify. Sure. um, I don't see anything wrong with that. Mm. Oh, darn it. Okay. Let's see um I don't I don't I don't know where you got the idea that capitalists save money. Does capitalists make money? All right. um, but I mean, maybe where you've worked, it hasn't been that way, but it totally has been where I've worked. Mostly in my balancing gigs. But I still wasn't able to. I did get that raise eventually. um, but you have a minimum amount of people you can have, just because of logistical things like how many doors you have and how many people you're servicing. What's it called? I'll look it up real quick because it's bothering me. And I do believe this to be true from personal experience and also from any data I've seen. And when you're a competent person, it's a Price's law. Price's law. When you're a competent person who's doing most of the work and other people are slackers, then it starts to then that's my argument against. It's like, why should you pay these people um, when they're not worth what you're paying them? Um, and it totally it's hard to, as an employer, I'm sure it's hard to quantify that value. But some of us got Christmas bonuses and other people didn't. Saying you should challenge your assumptions about you making less because of someone also working. Gosh, man, I think we're on two different tangents. I'm trying to talk about what was I trying to talk about? Like, okay, the argument was minimum wage, right? So, um, I don't know. All right, then I'll challenge my assumptions, sir. That's a skeptic's job. Um, I'll think about it when I have more brain power to devote to it, though, because right now I'm trying to focus a little bit more on this. But but fine. I appreciate you being around, and I will, in fact, think about it more. Keep messing up on all this hair, which I think this claw I should do. Gosh, I want to do it in black. Should I do it in black? Let's try. Maybe if I do I'll do it in green. So if I add all these lines, huh? Okay, I couldn't decide if I wanted this claw green or black, and I think the answer is going to turn out to be both. But I don't know, man. I did see I knew this one guy. He would pay people less than minimum wage, and didn't really have a problem with it. He owned a security company, and he was getting away with it because he was hiring people who were undesirable. Um, at least for like a company standpoint, like ex-cons and um, some of them maybe weren't all mentally there, and he was like paying them less than minimum wage, and one of my friends was like, "Oh, that's awful," and I always thought, like, is it really? Because um, nobody else will hire these people, and nobody else will hire them because they have to pay them minimum wage, and the truth of the matter is, like, they're just not worth that much because the quality of work that you got from these people wasn't great. Um, No, well, I didn't mean like we were having a I think we were having an intellectual argument, which is fine. Not like a heated thing. I was spitting facts about the origins of minimum wage, which is its response to the Great Depression, which happened because of capitalist and so-called free market. That I totally disagree with, sir. That was there was a great deal of social engineering that went into the Great Depression. The president at the time was an engineer, and he thought he could solve all the financial problems by pouring a bunch of laws into it, and he made things much worse. Um, there's I don't I not well versed on it enough to make a solid argument on it right now, but I believe that um, there was a great deal of fiddling going on with the markets at the time. Um, so yeah, yeah, I don't believe that to be true. Um, should I? I need to put something there. I don't know if I want to cheese. Might be. Put something aside. Put something there. Gosh, who the hell was president back then anyway? Can't remember. Is this right? Just perspective. Flats. We'll do flats. Do cyber socks. Cyber socks. Yeah, we'll do cyber socks. Whatever the hell that is. Call it the New Deal. I don't know. I don't know at all, sir. Um, but if it's, yeah, I'm sorry. That's part of my brain that didn't quite make it through school. Mess with me. I know that I was taught about it, but it's one of those ones that went in one ear and out the other. But I don't know what was involved in that New Deal, but you keep saying like, or you, well, I don't want to accuse you of anything, but you like, okay, so you say the Great Depression, which happened because of capitalists and so-called free markets, and I have to take what's the word? Um, Exception to your use of the word capitalist. So I did look this up, and capitalist comes from the Greek word for individual. Um, so regardless of what you may be conflating with what you believe a capitalist is, the meaning of the word comes from the obviously the Enlightenment period, um, and it means it just stems from the idea that individuals have sovereignty, um, and that individuals should make up their should have the choice of how they live. So, like, when you blame capitalism for stuff, I feel like you're conflating capitalism with other things like corporatism or all for ourselves and nothing for other people seems in every age of the world to have been the vile maxim of the masters of mankind. All right, like I don't like it's text, so it's hard for me to draw your meaning, right? Because a lot of stuff is lost over text, so that's just the thing. In every age of the world, I don't understand the context of that. But the Adam Smith. You've talked about Adam Smith before. Again, I'm not familiar. Let's do this. Right, I wanted to give her a gun. Should be on her right. She's right-handed. Yeah, sure. No, she just has a gun holster now. Let's give her a belt as well. Doesn't look like you're going to be able to see that. But, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel that socialists just have a habit of demonizing capitalists and blaming, trying to, like, just conflate everything. Say, oh, capitalism bad. It's like some sort of weird economic envy. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. Like, capitalism did everything socialism wanted, and socialists can't accept it. That's how I feel about it. Let's put this button. This one. I understand you feel like I'm not attacking you. I'm talking about billionaires. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not. I don't even disagree with you necessarily. The only thing that I say I'm taking exception to is the use of the word capitalism. Like it's um, if you use the government to increase your wealth in any way, it's not a cap. It by definition is no longer a capitalist endeavor because it's a socialist endeavor because socialists have a group that rules over another. If you use a group, the power of a group to rule over an individual, by definition, is that's a socialist action, not a capitalist one. And I know you. I'm sure your history's good, but that is like the actual historical definitions. So that's why I'm just like there's no other word for me to assign to it. Or did the New Deal and it brought about the largest economic expansion. Let's see. Okay. Um, what is that? Social spending. Is this the whole chicken in every pot and car in every garage thing? um, because I'm not sure if that's what it is, but I feel like that's what it is. If my mind has been jarred. Um, gosh, how do you is the military budget is deficit spending? It is socialism. You're absolutely right. So I mean, I don't. Again, I don't understand because you're saying what socialism good because of the military-industrial complex. Like, I don't, can't, I can't wrap my head around that argument. At least not this very moment. Saying, do you have a problem with the military budget? Well, yeah, absolutely. I don't, I don't feel that it is this nation's place to intervene as heavily as they do in foreign affairs. Like, I think there should be some of it, just nearly not as much as we, as we currently have. If you ask me about that freeze of resources to be spent where, absolutely nowhere. The government shouldn't be spending money, is what I'm saying. Um, the, the government should be as small as possible. Is my personal belief. Spend money though, it goes to billionaires. Yeah, that's an absolute problem. Um, it's a major problem. I don't care for it. Um, I think I think we give to the government way too generously. They they take a lot of unilateral power. It's full of unelected officials. It's rife with bureaucracy. I like I don't know, man. Like I'm not. I just don't much care for the government. Uh, what I do like is individuals, right? Like this whole that IRS thing they did with the 80,000 extra agents. It's like, oh, garbage. The history of Texas before was paid by corporations who used to make enough profit to exist and they had pensions. It was paid by corporations. Um, that's really interesting. I did not know that. Um, let's buy something messed up. How long ago was that though? When did that end? Is that just something I didn't know? But Is that what pensions were? Bicep. Ah, it still looks wrong. I don't hate this glove, but I'm not digging this belt. No, they are unrelated. I was just providing more context for this job. So, good jobs, huh? I don't know. I really don't like. I feel like the government is largely what is what is it, like the first largest employer in this country? I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I don't think the government should be employing anyone. What an absolute waste. And yeah, I think government employees are, well, I don't think a lot of those jobs should exist. um, Really, what's wrong with this belt? It just doesn't look good. I wanted to put a belt on there because I want to put like a gun holster. It just looks awful. I don't know where I went wrong. I'm so someone say one thing I'll say that I believe is that I think as soon as a government gives out a contract, it's like inferior to what a private entity would do. I don't, it's like permission to slack off once you have a government contract. Do the worst job possible. I don't hate this glove. I feel like maybe it needs more stuff on it. Maybe. Let's try it out. I don't like it. Let's see, J. Following World War II, tax increased. Not marginal individuals' tax rate stayed near or above 90%. The effective tax rate was 70% of lowest income. Few paid the top rate until 1964. The top marginal rate was 70%. Yeah, I'm trying to put a like a leg holster, but I wanted it to be right-handed, so I didn't put it on the left leg. And if it's going to have a strap for the leg, then it needs to have a belt, and it's just not working out. I think that math is too much for me to understand right now. It should be lower. It needs to be lower. It's too high. Yeah, that's working. That's working. It's just too high, I think. Okay, and maybe it needs like a buckle off to the side. Um, I don't really know what to say about the tax thing though, man. Like, I'm not for taxes, so I mean, taxes bad. It doesn't need to be attached. Well, I think the drop point is what makes me want to attach it because it's otherwise might be too low. I think this is working. I mean, you won't. It's totally on the other side of her, so it's hanging down a little. Maybe like it's a large gun and the handle would be around here. Can't even tell what that is, but there it is. I mean, yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe she should have the double leg thing instead, huh? I think you're right. Yeah, okay. Slightly lower. No, I think you're right. I think this belt adds nothing, and I should go with the double leg strap. Um, see, you're good at this. You're good at this. I gotta encourage you to pick up a paper and pencil and draw stuff for yourself because you have a good sense about things. Um, that would be fun. Or maybe we could maybe we can uh, drop a tab and draw something sometime. Yeah, but I bet with a tab in you get those creative juices flowing. And then we can see how bad it is afterwards and laugh about it. Either way, it's like extra fun. Or who knows? You know, I don't know if you ever met Josh Yoakum, a very good friend of mine. Love the dude. Yeah, it does sound fun, right? But he went in. So he dropped a tab and he went and took his college placement exam. And he went in and took his exam. And then the next day they called him up all excited. It's like, hey, we're really excited to interview you. And they got him in there and they started interviewing him. And they're like, hey, so we really want to know what you're most interested in. Are you going to do astrophysics? Or are you going to go into engineering? Or um, are you gonna do like are do you want to be a doctor? Like, what do you want to get your PhD in? And he's like, what are you guys talking about? And he's like, well, we have a lot of high hopes for you because your exam scores were through the roof. You scored like a perfect score. And he's like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I took a bunch of acid and took that test. I don't remember any of it. Oh man, they were just like, oh. So who knows, man? Maybe maybe you drop a tab and we get some art done, and who knows? Maybe you're a mega genius at it. You're super good. Oh man, you know a lot of people have very interesting stories about psychedelics and success. Um, I don't know if you guys have ever seen. I think the video is called Nine No Nos on Acid. You can watch it on YouTube. It's about this um, baseball player, baseball pitcher. Yeah, that's better. It's about this baseball pitcher. Says, I draw pillars coming through the clouds. I was using multicolored black paint. So the sun was setting behind the pillars. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you watch it every 2 to 3 years. It's a good one, right? Right. And yeah, he goes off and he pitches a perfect game, and he's just like tripping super hard. It's like, yeah, I love that video too. It's so good. So you never know, man. Like, it could be fun. It could be fun. Today I looked at it in daylight, and it looked like just a bunch of squiggly. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Like I said, even that's the great thing about psychedelics. Not that I'm saying anybody should take some, but even even your failures are wonderful triumphs. You know. Remember how he's tripping a good one, and he's looking at this brick wall. And he's like, "Whoa, that's insane." So he goes and gets his camera, and he's taking pictures of this brick wall. He thinks he thinks he's gonna be able to show everyone what he saw. And of course, the next day, it's just a bunch of pictures of a brick wall. Oh man. So human perception is a hell of a thing. That's why that's yet another reason I advocate for skepticism, so that you can discern what truths are. Yeah, who knows? Oh, yeah, sure. But like I said, I'll be there to help direct you. Um, so we can get some extra interesting results. I don't know if this looks like maybe she has biometric sensors here. I'm not trying to harsh your vibes. No, no, no. I get it, man. I'm happy to talk with you about it. I don't mind. It's your chat room, brother. I just like the only real problem I have with it is that I don't want to give you half-hearted responses, and I'm sure that's what I'm doing because I have a different focus, right? So something a little more lighthearted um, um, is where I don't have to think about like all of human history to come up with a decent answer. That drains my brain a little less. That'd be that'd be easier to talk about. It's not the subject or the beliefs or whatever. Like I'm always down to challenge beliefs, um, include especially my own. But it's really hard for me to do while I'm doing this, right? So if anything, I'm sorry that I'm not giving you like a full on, well thought out response. It's just hard to put thoughts together. Uh, yeah, yeah. Oh, um, but yeah, man, don't worry about it. Don't think about it twice. It's all good. I think, yeah, some little biometric sensors. I don't want to change the color of these though. Socks. I don't know. I think that's looking fairly good. I should do her hair. Okay, I'm gonna try what I said I was gonna try, and hopefully this works. This red? Let's try it. Let's give it a whirl. I don't know how the gray brightens it up, but it does. Whatever these inks do together. Yeah, get some fire right out of that, huh? So this red by itself just sucks. Huh. Is red the right color for this? I keep forgetting there's only so many colors, right? I just want there to be more colors. And there actually are. I don't know if you guys are aware of the colors in between colors. There's a few that you can get yourself to see by exposure, like light exposures to certain colors, and you can see colors that you've never seen before. Um, it's like those negative optical illusion thingies that you did in school, where they're like you stare at a black and white picture for long enough and it burns out your cones and rods or whatever, and then you look at a white thing and it flips the colors or shows you like a green image or something instead. It's like one of those things, but instead you stare at a set of colors, and then you stare at another color, and it shows you a color in between colors that you normally don't pick up on. Yeah, it's like how to see the color blurple or whatever. Yeah, well, I mean, um, like after you think about it long enough, like it, like you might think like, how could people have ever believed something like that? That sounds ludicrous. And then once you realize that real life is stranger than fiction, you're like, oh well, maybe I'll go easy on those old timers. Um, world is weird. World is weird, man. Like my favorite thing that I think is witchcraft is if you plant an apple seed, the seed will grow up to be one of random, um, one of like 50, 52, or 54 random types of apples. Absolutely random. You plant the seed and one of these 50 types of apples comes up. So what they do in order to control it is they take the seed from an apple that they want and they cut open a slit in the sapling and they put that seed in the sapling, and now that sapling, when it becomes a tree, will give off the apple of the seed that you put into the sapling. And I mean, that's, if that isn't witchcraft, I don't know what it is. Trees are definitely just demons that are cursed to sit still in one place and watch the world go by them. And I mean, like, I can't even get started on like quantum things because it's just too much. What people have figured out. That's what I want to do. I want to put like a hairpiece here. Mechanical device. Maybe a little antenna. Cool. Oh yeah, avocados the same way, huh? That's crazy. That's crazy. I remember I was having a major brain fart one day, and uh, my buddy Victor told me that if you plant a branch, it turns into a tree, and I was like, dude, shut up. I was like, just get out of here with that. And he's like, what, bro? You don't believe me? And I was like, okay, let's I'll just look it up. And it's just something that I'd forgotten. There's too many facts up there, too many nights out killing all them brain cells with all the fun that I'm having. And I look it up, and sure enough, yeah, if you just plant a branch, it turns into a tree. And I'm just like, man, trees are freaking weird, man. Like, imagine that if you were a stump, and instead of growing an arm, they grew another you stump out of your side, which grew more you stumps out of the side, and at the end you had a bunch of little heads or something. Like, that's how trees. That's how trees are, man. Trees are definitely wicked. They're not. That's not normal, man. So fruits from trees are really damn souls reincarnated to suffer a stationary, mute, no vision or feeling life. Oh yeah, pretty much. Except while they don't have a nervous system, I think they're feeling pain in another realm. Watching their fruits being taken and eaten. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, Lord Zenu says, "Be quiet," or back into the volcano and go, yeah, yeah. And I mean, like, um, people give Scientologists a hard time, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't, um, but like, when you consider L. Ron Hubbard's creation myth, it's actually less crazy than like Christianity. It's like it's a lot easier to swallow for me. Like, so it's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Well, the thing is, um, Joseph Smith, I think, is also more credible than regular Christianity. I I think he makes sense of it. Um, like after you die here, you become God, and you go to your own universe to like rule over people like us. So God's not, he's just the God over us, but then there's a bunch of him who has dominion over a bunch of other people, and then after he dies, he'll become God of all the gods that he was God of, or that they're gods of us, whatever. Like, it doesn't, I mean, absolute fooey, but at the same time, makes a little bit more sense to me than eternal life in whatever other version going on about it. Like, yes, there are more degrees of nonsense to pile on it, but I was like, this rewrite's okay. Gnosticism demiurge. I'm gonna open a tab for that, and I'll check that out later. I already forgot how to spell it. Um, oh yeah, I know how to spell Gnosticism. The concept of the demiurge originated in Greek thought, but appears elsewhere, especially in Gnosticism. The demiurge is not an omnipotent being that only exercises power over material reality to forms it did not create. Huh, man, it's like um, humans. If humans can invent something, they will. um, that's one of those random thoughts I was having the other day. It's like um, I think I've boiled down being what being human is. I think I've honed in on it. I think I know what it means to be a human. Is what I'm trying to say. And I think what that is the ability to throw something and hit something else with it. I think at the core, that very much is what it means to be a human, more than anything else. I think that's the highest. That's the highest moral value that you can aim for, maybe, um, quite possibly. And I think that because I think that it is from that very ability to throw something and hit something else comes the ability of a human to abstractionalize and to look into the future. Um, and I think I mean, um, every higher human impulse stems from that one ability. If hopefully I said that in a way that makes sense. That, that's all it is. Like being lazy. Yeah, but I mean, I like the ability to just to set a goal you know, I think is an abstractionalization of the ability to throw something at something else. I'm not sure if any other animal can do that. I mean, I don't. I'm not. I'll admit to being a speciesist, but I don't attribute human superiority on this planet to anything else. I don't think like language is not unique to humans. You know, empathy is not unique to humans. I'd go so far as to say that love and joy and other things are not unique to humans. I don't think that's what makes us human. I think it's the ability to abstractionalize, to sacrifice something today for something else tomorrow. And that stems from the ability, it's a progression of our ability to throw a ball and hit something. Spider monkeys, I forget where, have learned to steal tourist phones and they barter with them for snacks. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, gosh, just the apes alone. The old world monkeys, the new world monkeys, all the monkeys, just the monkeys alone really show how very not special we are on the planet. And then there's other things. Well, I mean, most of them vertebrates. Most of those mammalian really show other things that really show how not special we are. I mean, you know, ravens and parrots can talk and actually hold conversations, not just mimicry. You know, like it's just flat out talk. It's pretty incredible. And I mean, like, I know the elephants who paint. It's pretty much a trick, and it's more of a testament to the trainers, that they're able to get the elephants to do that than to the skill of the elephant itself. But let me tell you something, man. Like, I have taught children how to draw, and they are not as good as those elephants. Those elephants, man, they're really good, and you can see how carefully they do it, and you know that they know what they're painting because, I mean, they've already, you know, proven to be self-aware. It's just pretty freaking awesome. But like I said, when an elephant throws something at someone else, um, you know, it's an attempt to intimidate them because they have no hope of hitting them. They might get lucky every once in a while and toss something with that trunk that hits something, but they're not planning on it to hit, and they're not executing. They're not executing an attack the human does, and it's so back to etymology for you, Jay. The word sin, I don't know how it got from to be sin from like this Greek word. Um, and I believe the word is something like humerta or something. It's weird, and I don't know the etymology perfectly well enough to tell you well, but it might be one that you might want to look up for fun. Um, it comes from a Greek word like, which I think is humerta, um, and it means to miss the mark. Um, Something like that. It means like, um, I think it has to do with archery. And if it's true, if I'm not lying, I'm blowing smoke, but right now, I think it's really telling because it's like, to miss what you're aiming at is the sin. It's the opposite of the most important human value. You know, I think that's how it works. Oh, I didn't put those thingies in. Okay, she needs ribbons in her hair. Maybe we'll go subtle with pink. No, no, we should go with purple. Let's grab any purple. See what happens. Maybe not. That's a nice purple. That's just that's just stuff that pops in my head. I've learned facing the board is a good start. Oriented to the board. Grapes Yeah, that sounds pretty true. I should put in some lines to follow with this. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. Killed myself here with detail. But I think it's going to be worth it. I'm liking it anyway. That is one of the things that I find relaxing about art, though, is that, I mean, it's definitely taking a shot, aiming, taking a shot, and hitting or missing on many different levels, like literally with your hand. You're aiming for something, and in your mind, you're aiming for an image, and you're executing, and you're doing it over and over and over again until you build something up. Um, you build something up, and you can see in that, because you're human and you can abstractionize, you can see the value in that, of how working towards something step by step, you build something greater than everything that you've done so far. The the sum of your efforts is greater then each individual part, every stroke of a pen or a marker that you make and you get right is building towards something even bigger and more wonderful than that. It's just a nice way to look at the world. It should have like a break in it. It's folded this way. So if I fold it back this way, we have a break like up here. And then that would dip into stuff work. So if that has a break in it, let me figure this out with the pencil first. Is this the wrong angle? I feel like it's a bad angle now. Darn. Okay. It's not a good angle. This needs to be at this angle. Which means I just missed up here. Oh, I sinned. Somehow. It needs to be like a pinch point. Make sure this works mechanically. It should just be a roll there. Yeah. Let's try this. Oh, come on, guy. I seriously need to go get more markers. I wonder how I may leave that like that. I don't know. I mean, is it better than when I just colored it in? Probably. It's pretty cool. I should leave it. I should leave it. Stop making the mistake of overcorrecting. It looks really cool. Just leave the hell alone. What was it I said earlier? The thing that I liked, I said I liked it. It was, practice makes better. Practice makes better. And I hope that like I make affiliate in the near future and start making a little bit of cash off of this. That would be super great because there's stuff that I need to do. And one of them is to take a trip to Boston where I left my artwork behind. I am currently not in possession of all my artwork from 2020 and before, which sucks because my art's like my kids. I guess people who don't have kids would say something like that, but it really is. I care about it a lot, and I got a bunch of tattoo flash, and my personal books, and probably my oldest artwork. And I have a game over there that I want to show everybody, and I need it. The closer everything with heavy metal gets, and it's getting closer. It's getting closer. It wants to be a thing. It's taking a life of its own. And it wants to come out and play. It's ready, man. That baby's been going for 20 years and hasn't gotten the looks it deserves. It needs to come out and play. So, in order for that to work well, I want to make some more money. Of course, money's always the problem. I want to make some more money so that I, can pay for stuff necessary to get it off the ground. And I spent probably a few $100s making this game in Boston. That would I should really go rescue that game from the attic that it's just sitting in, instead of being alive and having people enjoy it. Oh, darn it, I'm off camera. Over here, guys, sorry. I'm not just showing the table. I'm trying to show you my work. But I think that game is marketable. I'm talking too much about it because it's like, oh, we're going to talk about this game actor, but where is it? Yeah, exactly. Make myself look like a butt, which might be a compliment. I don't know these days. But I think I've been putting it off so long, and it's because I'm crazy. I thought I'd buy a motorcycle and ride up to Boston and then get a U-Haul and bring everything back. And those plans did not work out. Those plans did not work out at all. A bunch of different stuff happened that I wasn't planning on. Took away my ability to do that. Here we are, doing the best that we can. Maybe we'll get back on track soon. Things change, priorities change. You never know where life's going to take you. Maybe sometimes, we make plans and we follow through and everything's great, but that's probably not most of the time for most people. At least it's not for me. I think, I don't know, I think maybe other people got it done better than I do. As far as that goes, the planning and executing. I mean, I've definitely made some plans and executed them. And things have been glorious at times. So freaking awesome. And, there's other times that weren't quite quite what I wanted. Things weren't as much as inside of my control as I would have wanted. Of course, just... Oh, did I follow the wrong line? Smack. Just make do. We make do. That's it. Oh, back to the favorite lines thing. Is, let's see if I can tell this story right. So there's this cowboy who walks into town, and he says, the first guy he sees, "Howdy, I just came in. Got a poker game around these parts?" And the guy says, "Yeah, but it's crooked. Better not go down that way." He says, "Oh, all right." So later in the evening, the townsfolk is walking by, and he sees the cowboy. The cowboy's at the poker table. He says, "Hey, what are you doing, partner? Didn't I tell you this game was crooked?" And the cowboy says, "Yep, but it's the only game in town." Right? So if you think what you're supposed to take away from that is that you don't always get the best situations in life, but you still make do. I think that's what I took away from it. Alright, maybe... I think we can put some more purple. More purple. But a different purple. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I think this stand out more if I can wipe off some of that red. Just piling it on. Get some difference in it here. But that is one of my favorite stories. And, whenever things have been less than ideal, it's a story like that reminds me that it's okay if everything's not perfect or wonderful all the time. Things are definitely going to happen, and nothing's in our control. It's nice when it is, but we should definitely step away from our egos We are not the god of everything. We can control. No more than that. I'm kind of digging this hair, even though it's a little blood red for me. I think I wanted it brighter, but I think I like it. And that's another instance. Right, we didn't make these markers. We didn't use the exact pigments we wanted. It's okay. We'll make do. I don't know if that's a good attitude to have, or because I think I do want to release my own markers now. Damn you, you got that in my head. I'm gonna have the dopest range of markers. With very exact names. No more guesswork. This Games Workshop kind of does that. And hell, I guess it works for them. Alright, we get to charge for all the style points. And to be fair, the product's not that bad. It's also not the best. Close? I don't know. GW, there's a can of worms, right? Yeah. Love the GW universe so much. I just don't like the damn game makers. I don't know. Maybe I'm uneducated and they're just doing the best they can, but it sure doesn't seem that way. Way back in the day, when I was playing and they prohibited all the shops from selling online. You could only sell GW products if you were a brick and mortar store, and oh my god, that channel they put out, the what's it, their streaming service, the GW streaming service, that was a joke. Absolute trash. They just made everybody take their GW content off of YouTube, and they had that horrible story. Like, man, the story was garbage. The the, the, the orcs that are in love with Commissary Ark. What an absolute garbage story. What a waste of broadband. Oh man. And then the way they license their games, man. It's like, can we just have good games? And then they, oh man, it's just like one freaking It's always the damn space marines, right? They're the ones who get the cool stories. It's like they've got so much content. Can we get a good Eldar story? I mean, like, right? Like, I mean, the books for sure, there's stuff, but I mean, like, games and other peripherals. Well, it doesn't much matter. I stopped playing after third edition anyway. They nerfed my army so bad, I just never wanted to look at it again. They really took away my reason for playing. It's like I played World Eaters, and I didn't exactly have the winningest record. So it's like, how do I go to barely winning a few times every once in a while to being nerfed? It's like, get out of here with that. Like, what crap is that? Like the army I'm playing is severely hindered compared to other armies. Like the book, the codexes get you into it. And it's like, oh man, like nobody's more ferocious than this guy, except for that other guy that fought in that other army and tore you up all viciously. Nobody's more furious than this guy, except for that other guy in that other army who tore your guys up all badass. Walked away like an absolute Chad, leaving you crying over here and the other, how badly you're getting your butt whipped. And it's like, okay, so maybe the language and the codices are a little hyperbolic. Fine, but I still love my army. The flavor is right for me, and there's no accounting for taste. This is, all your guys may be tearing me up on the battlefield, but at least I have the coolest, in my opinion, story that you can have. And then 4th edition comes out and nerfs your army. It's like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, guy. I'm done playing. And I still had that army, and I mean, it was great. I still, every once in a while, picked up a model. Wish that somebody would play 3rd edition with me, because I was too much of a poopy pants to play the other ones. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I think at least there's something to learn from our marketing. They seem to have that down pretty well, because there's no shortage of fanboys. I mean, who can blame them? All they did was rip off all the coolest stuff in the world and smash it together. How can it not be good? It has to be, right? All that stuff is awesome. And you mash it together, you're going to come up with some awesome stuff. Can't handle it. They did it really well, man. The Inquisition, freaking awesome. Well, except for their new models, they look like trash. I do not like the new Jenna models. I think they're all disgusting, really pathetic. I think they should be ashamed. Really and truly ashamed. To say that they look like butts, it would be a compliment. They do not. They look like the stuff that comes from butts. They look like butt stuff. Um, they really do. They're awful. But what I really need to do is, I mean, if I want to get back into that, the new 3D printers, that'd be the cheapest route to go. I can just print as much of every model that I wanted. You know, they don't have these little mold lines anymore. You get a really good resolution out of them now, and they're affordable. And we do live in a cyberpunk dystopia, so there's no reason for me not to have a 3D printer. Um, so yeah, it'd be nice to have a 3D printer. I'd also would probably print a bunch of models for role playing. I think that would be the main use that I get out of it, because that's what I do these days. It would definitely help. I like the 2D minis I've been making, but I can just print some and forget about it, because those do take a good amount of time. Blood plasma for TG plasma. Yeah, yeah. Why is plastic so expensive? Well, I mean, I know that they're petroleum, but I mean, it just seems these damn Warhammer models. It just seems so unreasonable, and it's not even as bad. Like I hung out with a bunch of guys, and I was one of them who had an absolute buttload of HeroClix. And HeroClix is not cheaper by any means than Warhammer. If you want to get a good team out of HeroClix, expect to buy a brick. A brick costing starting at like $250, in hopes that you'll get the piece you want, because the packs are random, and that's ludicrous. If you spend $250 on a Warhammer mini, granted that's expensive for one mini, but you'll get a pretty cool mini, and you'll be able to use it basically always. And if by the time you're buying something that expensive, hopefully you're a good enough painter that if you need to resell it, you can actually make more than what you paid for it. Granted, most people won't rise to the level where they can charge for their paint jobs. It's usually a detriment. But, um, you know, if you're going to have an army of it, you might end up being good at it. And at least that model will retain some of its value. And if it's a short print, you can be rather sure that the value will remain relatively high, at least enough to counter inflation. So definitely a better hobby to spend your money in HeroClix, because there's a power creep in HeroClix. Every freaking expansion, and there's about 2 of those every year. So total drain, absolute nightmare. So man, am I saying Games Workshop is better than Hasbro? Yep, I just said it. Yeah, Hasbro's the devil. Those guys suck. Look what they did to D&D. Oh man, I hope they eat it. I hope they eat a big old nasty uh, butt log because of D&D. Just eat it. Savor it. These bastards. I should talk more trash about D&D. Just because they deserve it. I think I'm gonna do a series of videos on why D&D sucks. But yeah, I am. I think I am. But instead, I'm gonna name them why D&D is great, but it's gonna be like ironic. Man, should I have done the skin tones first? Maybe. But I need to get. Maybe I should stop working on this girl. Try to get these details in there. I think that's what I need to do. Huh. Maybe. I think I got some lag. Um, this, I finally changed my internet service provider. Because they finally offered a better internet service provider. So I think things are just different and probably having some growing pains. Yeah, the mic might have been too far from my mouth too. But thanks for letting me know though, because it's just awful sitting here blabbing myself and people think that nothing's going on or something. Like, and I don't have gosh. So I looked at this thing so I could like monitor myself, because like if you try to monitor yourself with lag, it just instantly makes you shut up because you start listening to yourself, and hearing your own voice is like unnerving in that weird way. So I, I saw some software that's like totally free and awesome and whatnot, so I could start doing that. But the thing is, like, the microphone and headphones that I'm using just aren't that great. And I need to upgrade so that I can actually make use of something like that. These work fine for like the preternatural show. The sound is clear enough, but for more serious applications, they're kind of lacking. They're kind of lacking, unfortunately. Okay. That claw needs more black, but we can fix that. It's black right here. Tell what I'm doing. But man, I hope so Hasbro didn't have a good year. I hope that they continue to have an awful year so that I can swoop in and pick up a little bit of the market. There's so many other companies already on it that it probably might backfire. Might not turn out the way I want it. That's okay. Just gotta go for it. See what happens. I think, I don't know if I'll hold on to it till I do more market research and figure out what the best time of the year is to release it, or if I'm just gonna try and sneak in and do my own thing and you know, have no idea. There's so much research to do, so much, so much to figure out. Um, oh yeah, that is why I was on about picking up my other game from Boston, because then I can have a little run at it before I have my full run. So maybe I need to bump that up in the priorities. I got oh man, my trip to El Paso was so good. It made me a little lazy. But I'm getting back into the swing of things over here. Man, I had such a good time. It was just super relaxed the whole time. Got to sleep a lot. Had a ton of dreams. Got to see all my friends, most of my friends, a lot of them. And I was just like, why am I working? I'm doing so much work. Life is so much better when you're just drinking and hanging out every day and being a party animal. But what do they say? All good things must come to an end or something. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe it's true. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Some wine in there. Maybe I should hit it with a lighter. Do I have a lighter red? Maybe. Gosh, I think I should hit it with a little purple for some reason. Why do I want to hit this with purple? Because I think purple is the appropriate color now. I wanted everything here to be purple. But this car is so purple that I'm afraid to put more purple. And this girl's purple. But no, I think red is the right color. But I definitely wanted a robot to be purplish. What's purple and red? I think that makes more purple. Alright. Let's just make a quick swatch. Oh. Oh. It's fuchsia. That's what it is. Maybe I'd be okay if her hair was a little fuchsia. Oh, gosh, I think I'm going to go for it. Oh. Oh, this is just picking up the color. That's okay. It's leaving highlights. Okay with that too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Man, sold all my hero clicks. They were just taking up too much space. Every new set kept devaluing. And the last one, what an absolute money sink. And it was when WizKids picked it up. When it was no, when it was WizKids, it was good. Um, the game was a little weaker, but they were getting there. And then when Hasbro bought WizKids, trash. Absolute trash. The game got better for a while, but because they were like big money, big company, just gonna keep putting out sets, devalue your old clicks all ugly, change the scale. Oh god. Same thing with Games Workshop, change the freaking scale. You can still play with Legacy. It's like you can. Everybody feels weird doing it, and the base, and you can't because the bases are a different size, and it changes the way that your army plays. Screw you guys, man. Screw you. And the stupid Primaris Marines are dumb as F. So dumb. So very, very dumb. Like, shamefully dumb. Don't make any sense. Just step all over your own mythos. Like the best part of Warhammer. Poo poo all over it. Turn it into a bunch of butt stuff. Ah, that looks pretty good, actually. So that's why, yeah, if you're gonna play a mini game, just get a printer. Just get a 3D printer. The resolution on the new ones is pretty nice. You just print whatever you want. Don't have to pay any overpriced plastic pushing company anymore. Hard-earned cash. Do it yourself. Do it for yourself. Okay. Just make that up. I was looking at getting an ender, but I know they have bamboo or something that is supposed to be fancy. An ender, huh? Um, wait, oh, like a Warhammer ender? What do you mean? I think it'd be good for me to have a printer for minis. Yeah. I think maybe the lag threw me off on that one. I'm not running on low lag mode because I think it's too resource intensive for my setup. I was looking at getting a new laptop, maybe something I goof off to justify getting. Yeah, I don't. Like the thing is, like the the printers are really, they're really justifying themselves more and more, and I think that's why they're making their way into like casual user status. I think this cyberpunk dystopia that we live in is finally like uh, one of the only cool things about it is that 3D printers are a thing, are becoming affordable, and they're becoming like a normal tool for people to have. Uh, they're becoming this age's hammer and screwdriver, part of a normal tool set. And like when you break stuff around the house, most of it's made of plastic. So being able to, you know, it's like being handy to have a printer. Like this very light um, that I'm having here. I fixed it because I'm not um, unhandy, and I used some paper towel and some super glue because having watched uh, enough of those repair videos, I knew that it have a strong enough bond to hold the plastic back together. But I'm also a little handy and was able to figure out how to do that. And I think probably like just to solve problems around the house. You don't use your table saw every day. I don't have a table saw, but I do wish I did. But when you actually have to use the table saw justifies its cost, right? Because it's a very handy tool. Uh, very, very worth having. Um, so I think it's somewhere in between there right now. Somewhere in between the utility of, at least for modern gentlemen who maybe aren't the most handy, it's somewhere between a hammer and a table saw. I think that's what I'm getting at. And man, before I moved, I have the most beautiful workbench, and thousands of dollars worth of tools, and they all just got lost. Who knows? Oof, that's flashbacks. Having a bad memory there. Don't like to think about all those beautiful lost tools, man. I miss them so much, and I was a hell of a lot more handy than I am now because it's just so nice to have the right tool for something. So very nice. Um, it's like you see a problem, it's like don't worry, I've got just the thing for that. You fix it and um, get to feel like a man. It's like I did that. I fixed it. I made it awesome again. Restored its value, and in doing so, I affirmed my value. This was a beautiful thing to fix something or create something with your hands. That's what I'm doing here, right? Making some stuff with my hands. Um, this one has an aesthetic value, which is what I'm working on, as opposed to the yes, sir, that's right. Read that for the audience. He says, if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. Quote by Red Green. I mean, that's absolutely right, man. Like, not only does that build up your value in the eyes of others, but it builds up your value in your own eyes, which in turn is a positive feedback. It's going, when you value yourself, you're going to project that and have others value you more as well. I mean, it's just a beautiful thing, and it's real value, because if you have that tool, a little bit of knowledge behind it, then you are in fact that valuable. And I mean, what's more wonderful than that? Especially if you're a male of the species. Okay, do the rest of this car. So yeah, that's my argument. I'm just, I'm right now I'm penny pinching because I don't have a choice in it. I've decided to go full on content creator / artist, and I understand that it's going to be rough for quite some time, if not, forever. But it's just a sacrifice I decided to make. That being said, I'm just like talking about all these tools and wishing that I had them, for sure, because man, I miss my tools and being handy. I changed a tire the other day, and I did it with my little Widowmaker jack stand and a silly skinny piece of iron that comes with it, and man, that was brutal. Like, how do you get leverage when you have to lie down because the damn car profile of the car is so low? So I'm just sitting there like, and I used to change tires professionally, so it's not that I don't know how. It's just I was used to having better tools, man. Like, I had a pneumatic jack and an air compressor and an impact hammer and all these other things, and oh man, doing that by hand, it's absolute freaking garbage. It'd just be nice to be able to have a nice jack stand, or I mean any jack stands, and have a nice jack and have a decent freaking impact tool to get those goddamn nuts off. I mean, it's something I could have done very, very quickly, but instead, I suffered through it for hours. Yeah, it's just nice to have tools, and that is, I'm realizing now that I miss having tools. That's all. But it's okay, because the idea is, I was talking earlier, I could get a job and save up some money and maybe have some stuff, but I know in myself that's just not the right path for me, because Um, having a normal job makes me quite miserable. Um, not that I can't do it, but it becomes insufferable to the point where I rely on other things to get me through it. Mostly by which I mean alcohol, because I absolutely love my alcohol. Uh, you know, I just if I could just drink all day, I will. And if I have money, why should I save it? I should just spend it all on alcohol and enjoy myself. And I tend to do that when I have a 9 to 5, and it's not a good place for me. So this thing that I'm doing here is for my own good, um, so I can focus on what I need to do. Everything, taking every step that I can. You're trying to convince yourself into 3D printing. I am! I am! Don't call me out like that! Don't call me out like that! I most certainly am. Oh, gosh. So when I was in El Paso, I was trying to, I was just dropping some hints, like low key dropping some hints, talking about like how there's no whiskey bar in El Paso, and how if I could find one, I'd love to run it, and get some of my friends who have a little bit of cash flow going their way. Oh, to see if I can get them interested in opening a whiskey bar so I can run it. I mean, that would be so amazing. I could just uh, review whiskey um, all day. Do whiskey reviews, and some I got some of the boys. They're doctors and engineers and stuff, and they got friends of some affluence, and just come into the bar and overpay for some whiskey. I mean, man, that would be wonderful, and I could get so much work done in a bar. I could get so much work done in a bar. Um, which isn't a it's not a total lie. I wrote my first book during my slow bar shifts, and I got a lot of artwork done too during my slow bar shifts because if you've worked in that industry, then you don't automatically get all the good shifts, and you're always busy all the time. You also have to do the slow, painful shifts to earn your way in that bar to get the good shifts. Like, so for me, it was no time wasted because either I was making a bunch of money or I was working on my own pursuits, um, and being compensated for that. So, I mean, that was kind of wonderful. Um, I certainly don't regret the book I wrote, and the short stories. And like one book and 2 short stories, but I'd never written anything. Um, and to my chagrin, I got nothing but compliments, which I didn't think was right. It didn't feel right because it's like, yeah, it's totally fiction. It's uh, uh, it's horror, horror suspense, maybe. Um, and it's short, but God, who said sorry for the long letter. If I had more time, I would have made it shorter. Um, like I spent a lot of time crafting it, right? Um, yeah, but that's unfortunately that's on the back burner. If I get um, if I get some time to write more of that, because I wanted to make it a three-part book, and the I only wrote the first book, and I started the second book, but um, man, I just too much life happened to me, and lost steam on it. Um, but I should definitely finish it. I mean, why not? Not everybody gets to say they wrote a book, right? I mean, I feel like people these days can't even say they read a book, but that's not true. I heard some statistics. Um, People read more now than they did 10 or 20 years ago. People are more homebodies, and I think it's because of like Kindle. So maybe maybe I think, gosh, how much time would it take me? Because I'm not a good writer. Um, so, well, according to my critics, I am, but I don't like. It's just so hard to trust that criticism. It's like this, like how can it? It's my first book. How can it not suck? Um, you know, um, and I guess even though it's my first book, it's not like my first tale. And if I think about it, I have written like hundreds of stories because of the role playing stuff, right? So there is that. Um, it so it's not like I'm I'm like came out of nowhere. Maybe I was able to apply what I'd learned from 20 years of running role playing games into something else. Maybe, maybe. Not so sure. It's just like, do I accept that I got nothing but compliments and move on, or like I've looked for people who are more critical. It's like just tell me it's derivative, like, well, what is it? But tell like I'll just um I like I shared the book with the most intelligent people that I could, that I knew, that I know, and it's just like the criticism was so soft. Um, like, what did I get? It's like somebody told me this is more prose. Luke told me this is more prose than a story. And I said, yeah, well, it is. I mean, that's just how I wrote it. That's like isn't much of a criticism for me because that's exactly what happened. At least like short stories. How many did I write? I think it's just two. But I would like to put um, I would like to put some more short stories together and then do like a collection book, right? Because I understand that that's like the only way to really sell short stories is in a collection. Um, and I had, God, I just, no, I'm in a feedback loop. It's hard to think while I'm doing this, but that doesn't look right. I picked up too much red. But but yeah, I wrote. So one of the things, one of my goals in writing it, I don't know if I succeeded. I don't. I don't think I did. Is I'm a skeptic and call me non-believer. Sure, go ahead. So I wanted to write a book that would actually scare me. No, I don't think like how the hell am I going to get scared for my own book, right? That's not going to work. Um, but if I had never written it, if I could put myself in someone else's shoes, like then could I maybe think that maybe this story might frighten me? And um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I achieved that. It's just too hard of a question for me to answer. I couldn't step out of myself far enough to see it that way. But I mean, I did like it. I didn't show it to people before. I was like, I think this is the best I can do. And then I started showing it to people, and then the compliments were like way too good. Um, One of my friends is a writer, and he said that I'm in the wrong business. Like I should be a writer. And I'm like, what? Well, that's pretty damn high praise. I don't know. For my first foray, like I don't know. That's, that's quite a thing to say. One of my friends was she's the daughter of an editor, and well, she wasn't very eloquent, but she was well read because she told me, "Oh, my dad's an editor, and he gives me books to read all the time." And I was like, "Cool. Do you mind like she's just well read?" And I was like, "Cool. You mind giving my stuff a read?" And she's like, "Sure." And the only thing she could say is that it was really good. And I'm like, "Well, I mean that's flattering." Maybe I'll send you because I mean like the short stories I have are like 5 minute reads, so they're truly short stories. And I was going for like goosebumps for adults, so maybe I'll hop on Discord later and send you it if you're interested. But that the idea of continuing to write is always cool. Yeah, I'll hook you up later. The idea of finishing that book, well, finishing book two and starting book three, it's always somewhere in the back of my head. But man, like, um, the creative juices, man, there's, they flow, but there is there is a limit. I've managed to make myself far more productive than I've been in quite some time, and before my vacation made me all lazy, I was putting in like 45, 50 plus hours to all the creative endeavors, which is fantastic. I'm definitely not going to complain about that. You know, again, count my lucky stars, whatever. Um, so, like, it's just draining when and then I start taking the commissions, and it's like, yeah, you're doing creative stuff, but it's like redirecting a river because you're not doing the stuff that you want where you want the river to take you. You're going somewhere else. Um, Gosh, there's just so much to do, and you really need a nice, quiet place where you're forced to sit down and do have nothing else. At least for me, when you want to write, you need that discipline of getting in front of a desk and not moving. Um, for me, it was it was the chair that I sat in Brighton Music Hall when I was doing the load-in shifts, waiting for see the right color, waiting for the bands to load in, and just do it like early morning security stuff. Oh smokes, that's not it, is it? Oh wait, it is. I can't even tell. So yeah, I had so much quiet, so much time in my hands. Just got to sit in a chair, and it was like, um, I'm literally getting paid to slack off right now and write my own book. This is glorious. This is glorious. Like, I got so much artwork done on that chair. I just take a sketchbook with me and take my colored pencils and whatever I wanted to work on, and just sit there on somebody else's dime and get paid to make my own art. Which, yeah, I mean, basically I was just stealing time, but on the other hand, my job was literally just to sit there, um, and you know, about I had to put trash liners on the trash cans, and about 3 times per shift, I'd have to stop somebody at the door and say, "We're closed. Doors are at 8, or doors are at 7." And that was the whole freaking job. So um, I don't think they were mad because I was drawing and writing books. Oh, that color just looks off. It's on here. Is it this darker color, or is it because of the red? Man, maybe it's this darker color. I can't tell. Can't tell. Freaking hell. I can't tell which color this is. Is it the glove? Maybe the glove's imparting. Maybe the glove's imparting color. I'll try to use my pinky then. supposed to use my pinky. Duh. Are my eyes doing a thing, or is my brain doing a thing? That's not the right color. Why can't I color match? There's only so many colors here. Dude, I'm gonna let that dry. I know these things change color after they dry. So maybe that hue fell out of it. Alright, just let it dry and see what happens. I can't, I'm so trouble color matching that. There's only like, it's gotta be one of these two. Hey, right on, brother. Thanks for stopping by. We'll hang out soon. Oh, as a matter of fact, I'll start doing announcements because by the time I get done with them, I didn't realize what time it was. So, guys, if you catch this, remember check out my YouTube channel. If you didn't join us in the chat there, I will, through the magic of time travel, answer your questions in the future somehow. I don't know what I'm getting at. Just leave a comment, follow, subscribe, like, share, tell your mama about it. Yeah, I'll see you Monday, brother. You know, create an account for your dog and follow and all the stuff. Dogs need art lessons too. Get on here and do the thing. But seriously, thanks for joining me. Don't forget to check out my links. Stuff is coming soon. We did finish the Preternatural season 1, which was amazing. You can go and watch all of Preternatural. Tomorrow, it's still here on Twitch if you want to watch it here on my VODs. But tomorrow it should be up, the whole thing on YouTube. If you want to go binge the whole thing, it's going to be 44 hours of content for you. Season 1. If you're that kind of dude who likes to binge some groovy internet stuff, I know I am. I binged seasons 1 and 2 of Critical Role not too long ago. That was pretty cool, but recommendations I prefer. God, is it Save or Dice? I can't remember if it's Save or Dice. It's the one with the really plain looking white guy that wears the dad shirts. That's probably not helping. I think How to Be a Great GM is there too. And that the chunky kid from level 3 or something. The worst description ever. Like, no. Sorry, guys. Nobody was gonna want to watch your show now because of me. A public apology here, man. don't. Don't worry, nobody will know what I'm talking about anyway. Um, XP to level 3, that guy's in it. Yeah. Um, and I don't remember where the girl's from, if she has her own channel or what. But they had some awesome campaigns. I don't know if they're still doing it or if they're only doing like Patreon content. Which, if I had $5 to spare, I'd totally be down for it because their stuff is really good. Unfortunately, like I said, the whole creative endeavor is locks some stuff down monetarily. I can barely afford my whiskey, and Hector without whiskey is just not Hector. So, but help me out, get on there, clicking all the buttons, and with vast amounts of hatred, and create new accounts and leave them all streaming my content and take up all the broadband in your house and piss everybody off. Do it because it's metal. And just whatever. Come hit me up every Tuesday, like today, and I'll be doing this and making art for our mutual enjoyment. And right, so season 2 of Preternatural will happen soon. We are going to take a little break. We might do some in between stuff, just some hangout, some real casual stuff, because we haven't done the after show hangout in a while, and there's probably some stuff we need to touch on, and we'll be doing that. And the new campaign, there's going to be 2 campaigns now. There's going to be even more heavy metal RPG content coming for you. That's going to be on Sundays, so hopefully you guys can join us. And that's going to be awesome. It is going to be different. It will be a survival horror campaign, and it'll be a different format than the Preternatural campaign. The Preternatural campaign is 2 hours solid. This one's going to be 3 hours, but it won't have an ending until the end. It won't be, by which I mean it won't be episodic like Preternatural is. So it's just going to be divvied up into parts by time, and that's how that's going to go. No two ways about it. And that's because while we are enjoying the Preternatural campaign, we're enjoying it quite a bit, it is a lot more stressful than a traditional campaign. And just kind of want to hang out a little. Hang out, do cool stuff. So stay tuned for that, guys, and more announcements are coming. Things are coming your way. Like I said, there's some stuff that's already done. It's just not polished yet. And we're trying to up our game around here and have good, polished, presentable stuff. But guys, again, thanks for joining me. More important than any of that stuff, anything that's going on, just remember, stay metal.